We're live, are we? And we are live. Hello everyone. Welcome to your weekly edition of XPLosion. We will bring you MMO news, reviews and discussions which will take place on the MMO Roundtable later on in the show. I am your host, the Mosh, and tonight I am joined once again by Nebraska Dave. Hello Dave.
Yeah, hello everybody.
And I'm also joined tonight, who's going to also bring a lively discussion hopefully tonight, by Dizzy.
What's up guys? Let's do this. I heard that there was a show tonight, so I was like, yo, I want to be in the show. And he's like, okay, I'll put you in the show. So that's why I'm here.
Yep, we're going down with this, down with the clown. That's what we're doing. Myself and Nebraska Dave, both of us, one of these days I'm going to actually twist the arm of Dizzy to try and join Blacklisted. And basically Blacklisted is an MMO gaming community which is setting its sights on Star Wars The Old Republic, which is going to be out pretty soon, and the beta is up for it. And we're also going into the Secret World, which is another thing that we're going to discuss in the show. But yeah, so basically, if anybody interested in those two titles or any others like World of Warcraft, City of Heroes, I think there's a bit of an Age of Conan thing in there at the moment. I think there's only a few of them. EverQuest, I think one or two members also play that right now. If you're interested, you can go to this website. Do you want to give it, Dave?
It is blacklistedgaming.org.
There you go, blacklistedgaming.org, and go there, have a look. You can find the LagSpike TV's page on there, so you can see us live from the Blacklisted website. You can also see, chat in the public areas on the forums, and you can also join if you felt like it. But up first tonight, we got the news. Coming first on the news to you is Earthrise. Earthrise is going free to play in beginning of December. I don't know if they've given a date actually for it, but I remember seeing it for beginning of December. What do you think, guys? Free to play, Earthrise?
Earthrise, I'm trying to remember. Earthrise is one of those post-apocalyptic type of MMOs, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's like I think it was an MMO based on post-apocalyptic, but they've moved it forward again in the future. So like as if like the world came to an end, but then they moved it and brought some high-tech stuff in. It's another Fallout thing again.
You know what? I think it's a perfect idea for this type of game to go MMO because there's so many different types of, I want to say that I personally don't know much about Earthrise, but I'm pretty sure it's not like one of those AAA top-notch MMOs that came out to try to get 5 billion subscribers and whatnot. With so much stuff that's flooding the market at the moment, I would say the best thing is for it to go free to play.
What do you think, Dave?
Well, I'd have to agree. I mean, I barely even heard of Earthrise. I know it's a little bit about it just through, seeing some articles through massively in MMORPG.com, but it never really appealed to me. It didn't, there was just something about it didn't appeal to me. So going free to play, people are going to, start running around sampling games, so why not, I don't think it's got a huge subscriber base, so might as well.
I think it might as well, considering that a lot of MMOs today are going down the same route. It might be their way of salvaging some players back into the game. I've seen a bit of it. I didn't play it, but I've seen a bit of it, and I gotta say, it's one of those games I think came and died. I won't say died, but came and saw and didn't really prosper, from anything, because it kind of went under the radar, stayed under the radar, and never really picked up. I think I was down to poor advertising as well. But I hope that the free-to-play trend is going to work out for these guys. But I you know, there's a lot of MMO titles to date right now doing the same thing. So you know, there's a lot cream of the crop. You know, there's only so many they can pick from the MMO community anyway. So I suppose they're going to have to try and compete with the rest. What do you think, guys?
I would say if you're looking for an MMO, it's between Earthrise and it's another post-apocalyptic way. If you're looking for that type of Fallout MMO, I say try between this MMO and I forgot. I think we got that other MMO somewhere in our show notes. If you want that Fallout experience, like post-apocalyptic type of thingy, you should definitely check out this game.
Yeah. You know, worth a look, considering it's going free to play as well. You know, so you're not hurting anything. You know, you're not hurting your wallet or anything for taking a look at it, because it is free to play in the beginning of December. So it might be worth a look anyway, guys, if it's your sort of thing. Moving on, Lineage 2. Last week we mentioned it was going free to play, but they've also got a deal. Well, say some, you know, patches and content coming in. Apparently, this is what they're saying: the discovery pack for the casual player who, you know, basically this is the description thingy. Short periods to discover Lineage 2. This pack includes a sizable number of support items, per special item bonus included an R-grade weapon seal scroll, an R-grade top-grade lifestone designed to bring players more fun in short bursts of time. So that's for the casual players. The adventure pack for the determined players who like challenges. The pack includes the bonus items for the discovery pack, and also the R-grade weapon enchant scrolls, as well as other support items designed to speed players ahead of most on the way to Awakening. So what do you think, guys, of these different packs for Lineage 2 that's coming into free to play as well?
Oh, you want to take this one, Dave?
Yeah. I know of nobody that plays Lineage 2 casually. I'm sorry. The game is not a casual gamer game. You're competing constantly against the Uber guilds of Korea, because this is the #1 game in Korea. Lineage and Lineage 2 are the top games in Korea. Everybody plays it. They have the Korean mafia, you know, in showing up at your door if you hurt, you know, take out one of the mob's castles. I mean, this game is just insane over there. You cannot play this game as a casual player and even hope to get to that kind of stuff. So I think this is a lot more of a gimmick than anything else, and this looks a lot like how the Asian MMOs work, where you get a pack and you buy a pack and you get, you know, so many different items in it. That's how their free-to-play games usually work. So these are probably going to be, these 3 packs are probably going to be purchasable items.
Yep. You know, for me, I played Lineage 2 for a bit, and I gotta say that there is no casual in. I gotta agree with Dave. There is no casual in Lineage 2. The game is heavily based on grinding. So basically, you're going through. It's, you know, the game is fun considering that it is grinding-based MMO. There is a few quests here and there, but they're far and few between. So basically, you know, going free to play for Lineage, I think in the Asian community market, I think it's a good thing. So I think they probably have a lot more people looking at Lineage 2 because of the Asian style that Lineage 2 is bringing anyway. So going free to play is a good thing, I think, for them. You guys agree?
Oh my God! Look, pretty much exactly what they said, but I truly think that game is a cult. The way that game is set, because that game is, because I remember when I can't even pronounce the game perfectly right. Lineage. Yeah.
Lineage.
It's hard for me to pronounce that. I but whatever. But
he means lineage, guys. He means lineage.
Yeah, lineage. Well, pretty much that game it's been #1 in Asia for like almost. It's been over 10 years now, right? When the first one came out, right?
Oh, we're approaching, yeah. How long's it been out for, Dave? Now you're talking about. It's been a while now, isn't it?
It's been #1, and I know it's been #1 over there for
a long time.
Until World of Warcraft came out, this was actually the #1 game in the world for numbers. Lineage. Not Lineage 2, but Lineage was.
Yeah.
Right.
It was the #1 game because everybody in Korea plays this thing. It is, when I made the comment about the Korean Mafia, I was not joking. Back when this game was really hot and World of Warcraft was just coming out, there were stories of the actual Korean Mafia showing up at players' doorsteps and breaking their kneecaps for raiding castles that they were not supposed to raid. I mean, you're right, it is a cult. This game, this game is insane how people have adopted this game over there. You know, you think the World of Warcraft bunches, it can get wild. This is intense. But you know, the free-to-play thing, that usually tells me when it comes to this, they've got a new version of Lineage coming out, the Lineage 3. And that will be where everybody moves to. So that's where I think the free-to-play angle is coming in.
Yeah,
if there's already one, I think it may already be out, but I'm not sure.
So they can try and profit off the free-to-play and put some of that profit towards the Lineage 3, maybe. Yeah, so moving on. Secret World. The week of the Templar began last week. The same as they did with the Week of the Dragon, but this basically with releases of a new video, screenshots, you know, info regarding on what being the Templar is all about. You know, the gameplay of the Templar, and they give a Q&A again. What do you think, guys?
Pretty much. Let me see. I haven't seen this, but I'm pretty much. Let me give a wild guess. Templars are pretty much the good tushoes and trying to make the world peace and trying to be nice.
Not quite.
Well, not. I would say they're more
holier than thou. They. I wouldn't say like they're not like the ones like you see going to churches all the time, but they're like think of remember, you ever see the film Kingdom of Heaven? You ever seen that film Kingdom of Heaven when they had down in Jerusalem fighting? Well, basically the Templars.
Yeah.
Well, the Templars, you're going to say they were there. Templars, Teutonic Knights, that kind of thing. So basically, they're holier than thou. Basically, what they follow within Secret World is that if there's one side of evil within one village, they will level the village to get rid of that 1% of evil.
Really? That's fucking insane. That's too good. I mean, I just don't feel I can't go with the Templars. It's just, I don't know. It's something about the Templars that's just weird.
They're quite, I would say they base out of London. They got the holier than thou following, but they also, they go around with, you could say they are like the military might of the Secret World. They bring the big guns out. They don't mind going up the front, being the beefs. They will beef it out with you. If they got to bring a tank, they'll bring a tank.
Mm-hmm.
But unlike the other two, which the Illuminati are in the ground and the dragons are secretive. They rather just go stealth.
Right.
Well, I don't really see it quite that way, I have to say. The Templars are old school, ultra conservative. They're as in the bad kind of ultra-conservative, as in not wanting to change anything.
Yeah.
They are very stodgy. You're right, though. They are the Inquisition. I mean, that's the way they act. There's a blasphemer. Wipe out his entire family, even though, you know, he's the only bad guy. That's the kind of attitude they have. They are the old institutions of Europe, is the best way to put it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have the church, but there's monarchies and the old feudal system. That's kind of, and the knights and the, like you say, the Teutonic Knights and the Knights Hospitaller and the of course the Knights Templar are all in that realm of we want to be strict. There also there's a lot of that Templar in the Middle East too, with the conservative, we don't want to change Islam as well. So it's not just Christianity, and there's a lot of problems with people not understanding it's not just Christianity. It's, you know, the people who don't want change is them. The people who don't understand the things, the modern world, or don't like the modern world of financial institutions, and the don't like the the sex, drugs, and Rockefeller, like which is the motto of the Illuminati. You know, they're not, the modern world. This is not theirs. They don't want to be the modern world. The Dragon are the agents of chaos. They are the ones that are the rabble-rousers, the terrorists. You don't really know what the goal is of the Dragon, because they're just to cause problems.
Yeah, that's what they are.
There's a lot of people that are probably sitting currently in a few parks, shall we say, in the United States, which is why they're having as much problems as they are in those parks. That's the kind of mentality they are. Disrupt the status quo, try to knock down the old conservative fuddy-duddies, as well as the rich, power-hungry types, which is what the Illuminati are.
Yeah.
So, I looked through some of the Templar stuff. Unfortunately, they still think I'm a Templar. So I get all the Templar emails. Still figured out how that is. But
yeah, I keep getting that. It's like when I did my test, I came out like with I came out Illuminati, but I did have a big influence of Templar in me. Probably not because a bit of that morals were beating me up over it. But
funny enough, Illuminati is the third on my list, but then I'm playing Illuminati. And Templar was my first, and it wasn't by a small amount either. So, the stuff that they came out with Templar, the trailer that they came out with Templar, I didn't think was as good as the one they came out with Dragon on. I liked the Dragon one a little better, explanation-wise. Yeah, it showed off the outfits. Yeah, they're the red and whites. I mean, that's what their colors are, red and white. Whereas the Dragon are green and I can't remember the other color. But it just, green and yellow, I think. It just didn't, I don't know, it didn't, I know they were trying to kind of a little bit focus on the character that they've got in the trailers, the white-haired gal with the shotgun.
Mm-hmm.
But it didn't really explain them the way it should have been explained, in the fact that they're the old school. I really wish they would have focused on the fact that they're the old school. Yeah. They don't like the upstarts. The other two are upstarts to them. Quit messing with the damn world. We've got it.
And we got it, we got it resolved.
When the evil pops up, they're like, okay, we're going to just completely destroy the evil. How come you other two groups are not helping us? That's their attitude.
Yeah, that's the other thing as well. That, the Illuminati, the ones that kind of like, they will have stocks, in hell. It'd probably be an example, like what they say. The one thing I would criticize with the one video I saw is that they were going through. Is that, don't get me wrong, I'm not against Americans, but I think what they should have used as a voiceover is actually a British person, maybe somebody from England. You know, doing a voiceover, giving the description on who the Templars are. You know, because you know, I'm not saying I'm against Americans, but maybe because it is based out of London, it kind of would make sense, wouldn't it? You guys agree?
Hmm. Oh, I would have taken anybody with an old world accent, which you know, England or French or German, or Italian even. You know, I would have taken anything. See, I consider those the old powers that colonized, that did colonies. Though that's their power base. So you should have had somebody from that to be your voiceover person, not an American, because the voiceover was an American.
Because you probably would have thought that American voiceover person would have ended up being an Illuminati. Because, you know, he might have had that patriotism going on a little bit, because, hey, we got Illuminati's based out in New York. I can join them. You know what I mean?
It's kind of weird. I would have thought that this game would have the Freemasons, since there's such a strong secret society and whatnot. I'm real surprised they didn't have them.
The Freemasons started the Illuminati. That's the Illuminati background.
Yeah, they're kind of the same. Yeah, so basically, we're all trying to upset the world with too much conspiracy theories at the moment. So, yeah. I think, you know, to be honest with you, considering I've seen from the videos on the Templar, because I did, on one of my emails, I did actually go through and join the group of the Templars, so I had all the stuff come through on my, on that email, so I was getting it, so it's some good stuff, but, good luck to them, you know, I'm looking forward to fighting some Templars, and, to be honest with you, I hope most of them will be English, so that I can, put some swords in them. That came from a Welsh.
I will say eventually I will have one of every realm. I mean, that's just the way I am.
Of course.
But my Templar is from Spain. I've already determined that. So.
Yeah. Well, funny thing is that I remember when I was doing my character biography for my Illuminati character, I wanted to try and embrace it, you know, come out of Britain. But I was trying to think, well, the problem is my character turned out went down the route of Arthurian law, so I thought, hang on, I'm going into Templars here. I've been careful here. But the thing is that Arthurian law kind of is not the same as Templars, in a sense. But, yeah, so moving on. DC Universe Lightning Strikes DLC preview has been given out. Apparently, players will be able to see and help the origins of the Flash become the Flash. So basically, they'll be able to go back in time during the time when the Flash, you know, his origins basically, going from being the normal boy as he was, getting his powers to become the Flash. What do you think, guys?
I personally don't. Okay, let me elaborate on this. I have no problem with going back and see the origins of the Flash or not. I feel that it should not be electricity powers based on this certain event. I feel that there's one DC character that's left out of DC Universe Online, which is a DC character, and his base power is electricity, which is Static Shock. I feel like he should have been added into the game based on the electricity DLC, not the Flash. The Flash is already in the game. He should have had a base power that has something to do with his speed, not electricity. That's from personal thing, because the main reason why I didn't decide to play DC Universe at the beginning, because I wanted to make a Static Shock person with electricity powers and whatnot. I could do that now, but I feel like this DLC shouldn't be based around the Flash. It should be based around Static Shock, and have the Flash be based around some like super fast, super running powers, speed, and whatnot. Other than that, I think they already have that type of powers in the game, but I feel like the Flash should not be connected to electricity. That's just how I personally feel about that.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I actually have to somewhat agree with you on that, because the electricity, the game didn't start with electricity. This is a new power set, so
Right.
that they're adding in, which is cool. But, you're thinking of Static Shock. I'll go back even to school to Black Lightning or Black Vulcan from the cartoon show, who are also lightning characters.
Right.
Or electricity characters. And then there's other ones that are out there, Living Lightning, who was a Superman villain, was a lightning-based character. So it's both sides. It was completely ignored through the system. The reason the lightning bolt is there for Flash is because Flash was hit by a bolt of lightning, and that's how he got his powers. That's really the reason why they tied Flash to it. I think it's a mistake, like you were saying. Static Shock,
Black Lightning and everybody else.
And all those other characters, but Static Shock has become a very iconic character, and his television show ran forever, it seemed, and he's now got his own comic book in DC. Finally, he has his own comic book. He's finally a part of the regular DC universe now. I would have given him, and his creator just died this year. Let's honor him with this. This is one problem that the DC has, and I know there's a lot of complaints about the fact that the women are also underrepresented, which is also true. We're getting, I don't know how you want to put it. They're trying to focus on the Justice League, the main Justice League characters, but you don't play a main Justice League character, so there's really no reason to focus on the main Justice League characters. You're your own character. Let them play. And, this isn't Marvel's joke of an MMO that they're coming out with, where you're stuck playing a character from the game, from the Marvel universe. These guys are around. You fight them sometimes. You help them sometimes, but they shouldn't. It feels like you're getting drugged through by the nose with a Deus Ex Machina when you go through these things, and that's not what you want.
Yeah, I think as well what they should do as well with the DLC is not just do the Flash. I think they should go through all of them all at once, because the problem that I find is, alright, they went and said last week, 1 million new people joined, but the thing is, how many of those million people stayed and played? And I feel like as if they're kind of trying to bring DLC and hoping for people to play this DLC, when in fact I think what they should be doing is doing, I wouldn't say expansion, but maybe one huge DLC, maybe incorporating all the heroes in there, but maybe bringing some more heroes in, like you said. With that, even like, for example, Catwoman. Even though Catwoman's in there, but I think maybe some of these characters that are low profile in the game, give them some more spotlight, and what do you think? And like you said, more women. I think women in the game should be brought to the forefront as well. I think, guys.
I agree. I would like to see him push a little bit more on that kind of thing.
I think it's a mistake on just one guard. I think they should do the origins on the others. Superman, Batman, even the villains like Joker and all those. They should do.
Well, remember previously they did do Green Lantern.
Mm-hmm. They just recently, like last month, I think.
Yeah. So. I'm kind of hoping that maybe this will be a trend and they'll start covering all their other characters, but they really haven't. There's a lot of other characters out there that they haven't touched yet that they are going to have to touch, and I just hope that they remember that they really need to touch some of the characters that are maybe not as well known too.
Yeah, I think they should, because I think just bringing in one DLC on for one person is a mistake, and I think they should capitalize on bringing some more people in. I think they should make this DLC bigger. But anyway, moving on. Fallen Earth. They got a play-to-win contest that's been announced. Gamers First and Main Gear are partnered to bring Fallen Earth players an opportunity to win real-world gear through playing the game. Main Gear computer parts are scattered throughout the game world for players to find and collect. From now on through to December, we started last week, to December the 4th, players are urged to collect as many computer pieces as possible. The player with the most computer parts on December the 4th at midnight will win a Main Gear F131 computer system. What do you think, guys?
Holy shit. Now, this is what the other game I was talking about. Remember we was talking about Earthrise? Fallen Earth is also a post-apocalyptic MMO. I would say pick this game and play it and get a free computer, because come on, you're playing a video game to get free stuff. If you don't like free stuff, then I don't know what's wrong with you. That's pretty much what I got to say for that.
Yeah, I know the thing is it's free to play as well, Fallen Earth now, so it's there's no reason why not to play, because don't get me wrong, Earthrise is something else to look at, but I think Fallen Earth has more of a shout in a sense, because I think it's more of a polished and developed game, unlike Earthrise. I probably get shot down for saying that now, but I think Fallen Earth has got more ground to stand on.
How dare you, Machi, fucking trying to go towards one game? How can you have such a biased opinion about something? Yeah. But yeah, I truly think I will play Hello Kitty Online for a free computer.
I think it's a good thing, good in doing this, especially in a free-to-play game, giving out, real-world loots. What do you think, Dave?
I like the idea, but if you're joining now, there's very little chance you're going to be.
Yeah, because you've got people who will probably hit the competition from the day it opened. I could be ahead of you now, going around fighting, and especially the people who have reached max level, got all the gear they can do. So basically, they won't be running into danger problems running out in the world, because they probably maxed themselves out. So they'll also have an edge over somebody who just starts.
Yeah, I do really like it, though. I'll be honest with you. I like it's things like that get your game attention. I mean, it's a marketing point. Let's be honest.
It get people playing, isn't it?
It's a marketing point.
Right.
It gets people playing. It's a good thing. Real loots. A good computer as well. Looks like I'm looking at anybody wants to see this, guys. You could go straight to the Fallen Earth website, or it's all MMORPG.com as well. You can find on there is an actual screenshot of the Main Gear F131 computer system, which you can win. It's pretty good. I like the specs on the thing as well. It's pretty good. So yeah, what do you think, guys? Not supposed.
Maybe I should join in on that, because my computer's about to die.
I'm thinking of doing the same thing, but the other thing is my character's not maxed out. So by the time we max our characters out, damn, all over. Anyway, moving on to this juggernaut of a game. I gotta say, World of Warcraft players, yes, World of Warcraft, I said it, 7th anniversary coming up. What do you think, guys? 7 years old. You wouldn't have thought of it. That long.
04. I remember when I first heard about Warcraft, I was 13 years old. I was 13, a young buck. No, I was 15. I was 15. It was either 14 or 15. I think it was 14. Anyways, I was young. I was watching G4 TV, and they had the review of Vanilla WoW. and they just pretty much they told me about this one game that you play online with other people and whatnot. And I'm young, so I'm not really used to the whole MMO market and whatnot because I didn't really have a PC and do all that back then. I didn't have that mind state that I do now. So back then, this was amazing to me. While everybody else was in the world playing fucking EQ and all this, I already knew about this world. I was being set brand new. So I'm gonna thank World of Warcraft for bringing me into that eyesight of the whole massive universe and whatnot. This was like 5-6 years ago though. But anyway, I saw a review and I was like, oh my god, this game is, you play with other people from all over the world and you go around and you do anything that you want to or whatnot. So in my mindset, it's pretty much like Grand Theft Auto but with your friends. And it was amazing back then. Let's see, fast forward 6 years later, we see the same thing all over the place. It's not as brand new and top notch like, oh, MMO, blah, 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 this, blah, 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 that, blah, blah, blah. So, 7 years. Congratulations, World of Warcraft, for going on to 7 years. Hopefully you can make it on to 8 without killing your game. But, I don't know. There's some good games coming up. I don't know if World of Warcraft is going to be able to hold it steady.
Yeah.
Here's the thing I've been saying for the last 3 or 4 years, that there is no such thing as a WoW kill. There is no, I can guarantee you for a fact that there will never be a game that can kill World of Warcraft. That can like literally kill World of Warcraft subscribers. The only way the the only thing that can kill World of Warcraft is itself.
It's Blizzard doing it themselves, right. Which I think they're doing it pretty well themselves anyway, right now. But I don't think people who think that there's going to be an MMO coming out, and they might be looking at the Old Republic, they're doing it. I think you guys are going to be sadly disappointed. World of Warcraft, I think it's going to be the juggernaut of MMOs for time to come yet. But personally, I'm not going to play it again. But 7 years on, damn. But anyway, we're going on for the 7th anniversary. Basically, Blizzard for World of Warcraft, players will want to check in to their accounts anytime between, basically if they checked in on Sunday, that just went on November the 20th, and Saturday, December the 3rd, to pick up a free anniversary gift. The package includes a Fatal Strength, and when the package is open, it shoots off fireworks, grants players a temporary and celebratory tabard, and a 7% XP and reputation gain for a limited time. What do you think, guys? So between the 20th and the 3rd, players will get the Fatal Strength, experience and reputation gains. What do you think?
I'm sorry. I'm just not thrilled with these stupid things. And it's a temporary tabard. Come on. Right now, the biggest thing in World of Warcraft is collecting stuff, like collecting mounts, collecting tabards. And you make a temporary tabard? Come on. Make it permanent.
Yeah, I think they should, yeah. What's the point of bringing something in that's going to be taken out? I would have thought a tabard is something you keep.
Yay, I can get this, log in and get this tabard. Everybody's going to do it anyways, just, how it is, because if you play WoW, you can't go 2 weeks without logging in. So everybody's going to get it, so I don't know why they had to make that big announcement. It's like, guys, this really isn't all that much. You've got the, the Harvest Festival going on here this week because of Thanksgiving, so people are going to log in for that anyways, and then, Christmas will start up, and you get to go around and save Rudolph again. Pirates. I'm sorry if I'm a little jaded on that, but I did it 6 damn years. I'm not doing it again. Now, the thing was, when World of Warcraft first came out, I was playing City of Heroes, because City of Heroes came out May that year. So, City of Heroes is actually has been out longer than World of Warcraft. Think about that, guys. And EQ2 came out the week after World of Warcraft came out. And I was in EverQuest as my second game, and there was a group of us that decided to try EQ2. So I didn't actually get into Warcraft until April the next year. So I didn't get in right at the start because it was like, I've got too many MMOs now. Why am I going to go to this one? That was until, we discovered that EQ2 sucked. So then I went over to that and ended up on there. I'm glad it's made it this long. I know it's going to last at least 2 more years, but I think both you guys are right. World of Warcraft is doing a really spectacular job of shooting itself in the foot enough that eventually people are going to wander away. I mean, I think all 3 of us have wandered away. I know a lot of other people that have wandered away. I know a lot of people are wandered away because of Star Wars. A lot of people wandered away because of Rift. Rift was a real hurt on them. Mm-hmm. The previous WoW killers that came, the supposed WoW killers that came out, Age of Conan, didn't go very far because they screwed up the launch. Then Warhammer, they blew that one. Yep. Down the line, and the Rift is doing, fairly well right now. But I went Rift, and it's like it's World of Warcraft again. Just don't want that. So that, that's why I drifted away from them and went back to City of Heroes. So, it's the way I look at it is, I'm glad they made it to 7 years. I congratulate them. Your price pack is sucky, and I'm sorry that's not enough for me. And, good luck in the next couple of years, because there's going to be a great big falling out of MMOs come 2012, 2013, and, you'll still be probably standing, but it won't be the same.
Yeah, I think there'll be a lot. I think that's probably where Titan might fall in. But if they keep, whether they get let off, I think it was a rumour, wasn't it, that they let off the designer. So if they keep doing that, they're not going to have another MMO to turn to. But anyway, the other thing is as well, there was an advert, a new one for World of Warcraft, a new commercial that was set to air during the first half of the Chargers and Bears NFL game. Did you guys ever see, not the game, but the actual ad?
Yes, I saw the commercial, and the moment he popped, the man, the myth, the legend, popped up on the screen, I started laughing, and all of the bar looked at me. Why are you laughing? And I said, because you've never played this game like I have, and went to Baron's chat.
Oh my God. I don't know. Were they trying? Okay, let me rephrase that. I know exactly what they're trying. They're trying to aim that the God of Gods plays this game, that you must play this game. But so they found the one who shall not be named to do this commercial. The commercial was good. I'm not gonna say the commercial was a bad commercial. I feel like that they too gimmicky. It's way too gimmicky. But all those wild commercials are gimmicky. But this one felt too like they pushed this commercial at the wrong time. Why would they push this commercial now? Of all times in the world, they could have pushed this commercial around BlizzCon 2 months ago. Why now are they pushing this commercial?
I know why. It's the Old Republic.
Exactly.
There's that, and one other thing. What is the big controversy in World of Warcraft currently? Panda monks.
Yep.
So, who do you bring to make martial arts look cool?
Chuck Norris.
Chuck Norris. And all the Chuck Norris jokes and everything, if you've played World of Warcraft and walked through Barrens, you know it's Chuck Norris Central. It was a great guy to have. I really think they did this commercial about a month too early. I really think they should have dropped it on the launch of Old Republic that weekend.
Oh, that would have been hilarious.
And closer, another month closer to when the Panda Monks show up. That's just my opinion. I think it was a twofold commercial. The fact that they just called him a hunter in the commercial. I play a hunter, and he was there with the white tiger, and anybody knows where you can get that thing. So, and the white tiger was just sitting there yawning as Chuck is, beating the shit out of everything that comes at him. It was funny. It was a very funny commercial. It really was worth watching, and I've seen it now 3 times already because they played it twice in the football game at night. So, but I was really laughing about it, just seeing it. It's like, yeah, I'm glad they went there. I am actually glad they went there because it was just a natural fit. But, I'm sorry, the God of Gods already had done a commercial for them. That was William Shatner.
William Shatner. Well, they had Mr. T as well, haven't they? And Ozzy Osbourne doing it. So, yeah. The other thing is, as well, it's come up for World of Warcraft, continuing the story. This is going to be a big thing. This might, in the future, make a round table. The WoW Factor Mage Talent 2.0 is apparently the express purpose of the new talent system is to come in during, the Mr. Pandera is to eliminate cookie cutters and introduce true choice and diversity into player builds. That's what Blizzard say. But ignoring conspiracy theories of how it dumbs down the game or is marketing to tweens or whatever, this is a serious implication of truly fulfilling Blizzard's goal of meaningful choices, or just what making everyone is a cookie cutter build. First off, now everyone has the same set of default abilities to work with dependent on their classes. After that, every member of the class who is a certain spec will have additional abilities for that spec. Furthermore, you get to choose 6 spells from each tier in the new talents. What do you think, guys? Mage talents, the changes coming in.
Stupid. Everything is stupid. What? Okay, you know what? Let me back up. Stupid is a bad word. You know what? Stupid is the perfect word. You know what? This is stupid. Why are they doing this? The trees. Okay, let me understand. Okay, first they had the regular trees back in from vanilla to Wrath. Then they decided that first they changed the trees. First they had the trees just like they do now. Then they changed the trees. I think it was either BC or Wrath. I forgot which one. Then they changed it back to the 31 or the 31 point system or whatever. And now they go and change it again. I'm 100% sure that Blizzard has no idea what they're doing. They have no idea what they're doing. They have to have no idea what they want or what they're doing for this game. Truly, if they messing around with the talents so much, they shouldn't have to change the talents every year or 2. They should have the talents. If this is a game that's supposed to last, the talents should stay the same. And if they have to change the talents every 2 year around or whatnot, that means they have no idea what they're doing.
Yeah, I think they've changed it far too much now. I think each expansion they come along with, Wrath they did it, Cartep they done it. They basically changed it. I think they need to stop doing that. I think they need to find a system that's comfortable and go with it and develop it and evolve it, not just change the whole system. Because I think it's because they're realizing now that the other MMOs that are coming out to date are possibly threatening it, are bringing in fresh ideas, and they're trying to find ways to combat that with their own ways. But the problem is with World of Warcraft is that everybody's so used to the World of Warcraft way is that any changes could alienate the populace. So basically, I think what they're doing with this change is kind of shooting themselves in the foot even more, because everybody's so settled with it, with the WoW way, that any changes is going to alienate. And I can see what they're trying to do, but I think it's too late. I think they should have done this maybe Raph, not Mr. Pandera.
Okay, here's my take on this. This is a panic move. We've got 2 games. We've got Rift that's eating into their subscribers now. We have Star Wars about to hit, who's going to be eating into their numbers, that use very much the same talent tree type systems. It's, oh my god, we cannot differentiate ourselves from these new games that are coming out. Everybody will know immediately how this all works when they jump into these games, and we'll be talking about that in a little bit. So, oh my god, let's radically change it. And this will put new life into our game, and people will want to play it again. No,
Yeah.
it pisses off people. That's really what it comes down to, is you're going to piss off players. It's going to prevent cookie-cutter kill builds? Bull and crap. I'm sorry. Once somebody figures out the pattern to use, oh, hey, look, this one kills the bosses 2.25% quicker. If you use this talent build and use this ability, use these spells, cookie cutter build. Sorry, you're done. You can't stop cookie cutter builds. The only way you can stop a real cookie cutter build is you give players random abilities as they level up that aren't this. No 2 characters have the same ability.
I know.
I mean, that's the only way you can do it, and that takes away the construction of your character. So, no, that's not going to happen, because you got to have the players happy, and that won't make the players happy. This is a panic, and they are realizing they're about ready to get snowed under, and we need to change up too much stuff. This is the piece, by the way. Panda Monks is nothing. This is where World of Warcraft shoots the foot. I'm sorry.
This is the bit.
Panda Monks you can justify in the game because it was in Warcraft 3, the strategy game. This kind of stuff is where you piss off your players and they start walking on you.
Yeah, they'll start looking. You know, the thing is, they got people already. You know, the players of World of Warcraft, even the fanboys, are actually looking for somewhere else to go for. Nothing to date has really captured anything yet. And I think in the moment that something does, that's when I think the player base will drop dramatically. But I don't think it would die. I think it just hover around that, you know, like everybody else, I would say. But you know, the thing is, cookie cutter get builds. I don't think they will ever rule it out of World of Warcraft, because there's always going to be something in World of Warcraft for players to find and follow. You know, there's going to be guides. There's going to be YouTube videos where, you know, they're kind of persuading other players to go down this route, because if you don't raid with this spec, you're not coming to the raid. So this is kind of thing that's going to happen, and that's going to continue to happen. And the thing is, there is one game out to date already that's eliminated the cookie build, and it's doing it pretty well. And it's the very first game that done the free-to-play, Dungeons and Dragons Online.
Right.
And I gotta say, they done that pretty well. They kind of went too far a little bit, but it's fun what they done. And I think maybe with what Blizzard are doing with World of Warcraft, it is a panic move. It is a move that I think is going to alienate their populace. Yeah, so moving on from there to Vanguard. There's a dungeon coming with in the new patch. The Vanguard team has announced that a new dungeon will be included when the next game patch deploys, called City of Brass. The dungeon is considered a progressive dungeon that will feature 13 bosses. What do you think, guys?
Who plays Vanguard?
Anybody play?
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. No, but seriously, who does any of us here ever play Vanguard?
Nope, I played it for a short while, but I gotta say, it was a buggy launch.
No, I'm gonna say this much. It's a good thing. Let me take this. If nobody plays Vanguard here, so let me just take this to an MMO approach. It's a good idea. Let's see, 13 bosses. 13 bosses. That's pretty. That's a lot of bosses. So.
But then again, that's not like as if it had me done before. When a Warcraft has got 13 bosses in certain dungeons.
God. But this is a dungeon, not a raid, right? Or is this a raid? Or because in this game,
I think it's a raid. It must be because it's gotta be a raid because no point bringing in. Well, yeah. Let me check it out actually. But I think it is a raid. You know, something that's considered endgame.
Oh, progressive. Yeah. So you don't even have to look at it. Let's just assume that it's a raid. 13 bosses for one raid. No, Vanguard. I'm gonna just go off of the limb and say that Vanguard has a niche community and just pretty much dedicate people who play Vanguard only. And I will say that 13 bosses. If this is a game that only has a niche community and whatnot, I feel like one raid is not enough. I feel like that this community needs more than one raid for them to keep on going.
Yeah, I think I don't know. Is Vanguard free to play at the moment, or are they still doing sub?
Let's see.
I don't recall, to be honest with you. I know they're out there on the Sony platform, so.
I think it's a bit too late. I think they might as well just shut that game down. Because
Vanguard, I'll be honest with you, when Vanguard came out, there was a lot of Vanguard fanboys trying to disrupt the Conan boards. And they were talking about, oh, this is going to be such a great game. Oh my god, how wonderful this game is. Then their designer, who was the designer of the original EverQuest, was talking about, oh yeah, MMOs are all about grinding. You need to grind. It's the only way to progress in the game. And he said a lot of stupid things. And that's why I never played it. It was because of his statements on what he thought was a good MMO, and we've already gotten past this point. Grinding is boring as crap, dude.
Yeah, no need for it.
Quests are the way to go, and he was beyond that point, and you know, he's, oh, everything's got to be old school. Everything's got to be old school. It's like what? You can't figure out that you need a spell to figure out what direction you're going, like you had to in the original EverQuest until they nerfed that. Come on, it's not what you want to do. So I didn't play Vanguard because of this stuff. City of Brass does interest me though, just from the fact that I know the City of Brass is the home of the genies and the Ifrits and things of the Arab.
Yeah.
If that's what it is, it might be pretty cool looking. A progressive dungeon tells me that they basically you could get so far and then you get your butt wiped, and then you have to come back in with when you're higher level and better equipment. And go back in, go a little bit further. Now you get your butt wiped. Now you got to go back out and figure it out. That's what a progressive dungeon to me is. Which is nice in the fact that you can have, you know, one dungeon that would be multiple ranges of levels, because that's really what it means. But, I don't know, 13 bosses, that seems excessive.
A little bit,
Last
yeah.
time there was a 13 boss dungeon that I remember was Molten Core.
Yeah.
And that was the 40-man raid thing, and that was a nightmare. Not because it was bad playing, it was a nightmare to get everybody organized.
Yeah, everybody organized, and
I'm not. It's a cool concept. It's a nice thing, but you still won't see me in Vanguard. That doesn't bring me in. Seeing a few screenshots of it might be cool though, but just because, I'm a lore type of person, so City Press is cool.
Yeah, I think it's one of those games I think is past its sell-by date now. I think it's being gone and seeing it's... I'll probably get shot down by the Vanguard fanboys in any moment when they listen to the show, but I don't think... I think it's had its time. Moving on. Darkfall had a free weekend that just passed. Darkfall held a free-to-play weekend with increased skill points and gains and loot points. I imagine, now coming from adventuring who do Darkfall, that is kind of like a trial, from what I understood. They didn't say in so much words as a trial, but I imagine a free weekend is, it is a way to get players back into the game, but at the same time, might be a prelude to maybe a free-to-play in the future for Darkfall. What do you think, guys?
Let's see, Darkfall. Give me a basis of Darkfall again. Darkfall is
It's a PvP-driven game. It's world PvP. Everybody can kill everyone. The game is governed by the players. I played it for a year and a half, I think I did. I gotta say it was the best game I played for PvP. I wouldn't say combat-wise it wasn't, but for what, political, it was a heavily political game, that game is. Because the game was governed by clans, but clans would ally with other clans. Most of the time would be ones close by, but sometimes where you had, especially when the game came out, it was they only had one server. That was EU, and they had no US servers. So you had a lot of US players going onto the EU servers, starting out. So you had, basically a worldwide server, but they called it the EU server. And basically, these alliances turned into coalitions. So basically, I came out from the start that we had two major coalitions on the server. One was formed in purpose to take down the other, and that's what the game was all about. What do you think, guys? Free to play for a game like that?
I say if you're a PvP if you're PvP driven, I say you should have took this opportunity while it was up and tried out Darkfall.
Yep.
I didn't get a chance to actually get this at the time or whatnot. I was too busy playing another game that we'll get into for a second. But yeah, let's see, free to play weekend, blah blah blah, point skills and jewel drops. I say only try out this game if you PvP if you try PvE pointed, don't even try to look towards this way for this type of game. That's pretty much all I got really to say about this.
Yeah, you still gotta pay a sub for this, but I'm starting to think maybe the free to play is kind of like a trial for these guys, see whether it would work or not. And I think it might just work for Darkfall, because it's one of those games that if you're a PvP player and you love the political system, how battling other clans, they might just enjoy this, even though they it's been out for a while now. And for me, this is probably one of the games I would always go back to if I wanted a good fight. With someone. And the thing is, the fights in this game were big. You're not talking about 6 on 6 or 15 on 15. There would be battles on Darkfall which ranged in 1,000. You're talking about 1,000 versus 1,000, and it was quite amazing how the servers handled it. But I think people had more problems actually handling it on their computers than they did of actually the server handling it. But yeah, so moving on. Go on.
One thing. Whenever an MMO does a free weekend, they're really trying to bring back their old players. It's really not a showing off for free players. Usually they'll make 5-day trials for that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Free to play is to come back, see what we've done differently here recently. Maybe you'll subscribe again. That's really what a free to play weekend's for.
Yeah. Anyway, moving on. End of Nation. This is another game that I'm looking into big time. because it's been done by Petroglyph, and if anybody remembers Petroglyph, it's the old Westwood boys. Now Westwood, if anybody knows who Westwood is, I'll put this question out to you two. Who are they? What have they done?
I remember the name, but I don't remember what they did.
Okay. And you're going to shoot yourselves in the foot when I mention this. It's an old RTS. It was made back in '94. It begins with Command and Conquer. 95. They basically Petroglyph is the old Westwood. Westwood went on to make Command Conquer, Red Alert 2. Before EA screwed the whole system up. So basically they went off and formed Petroglyph. They released Universe of War, which I played, which is a really good game. I think I was undersold. And they're bringing in an MMO RTS, which, to be honest with you, an MMO RTS has never really taken off. I think it's probably the first time I've seen one. I would not put it past these guys to do it again in the RTS revolutionary, you know, because you wouldn't want anybody else doing it, you know. Westwood renowned for RTSs, so what they've done is Petroglyph has released 9 new screenshots from End of Nations. The screens show off the massive battles players will participate in, along with a first look at several maps and units players will be able to utilize. Units include tanks, long-range artillery, and swift scout vehicles. Check out the new screens on the End of Nations gallery. So what do you think, guys? End of Nations?
Is it End of Nations that one MMO that's like take over this and take over the world type of one?
It's one. It's basically based on the world going through economical collapse, which could possibly happen.
Oh, it's going to happen. It's going to happen, but that's a different topic.
But basically, it's like the world collapses, and the world, the new world order forms, where basically the government tells you how much clothes you can buy, what food you get. And basically what happened in the game is that 2 factions formed basically this world government thing is the PvE faction in the game, but then you have two player factions as well. So I think there's one called Liberation, which is I think they like the big. Don't mind. Let me check it actually. But they basically you've got 2 factions which can fight out PvP, but then you have the third one, which is the PvE one, which is there's the government.
So pretty much it's like the main bad government one, and pretty much both factions are trying to take over the government, but they both collide heads or what system they want to play.
Yeah.
But the government is like the big bad guy out the situation.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I understand. Let's see. Several maps, units played, tanks. I say this is good for them. In the nations and whatnot, the more stuff, the more content they can have towards the game, the better they can get. Massive battles. The massive battle type of thing. Let me elaborate. Massive battles is not for everybody. Some people like little small battles. They don't. A lot of people. I didn't know this. A lot of people don't like those big massive battles on the map. Some people like little small, scrimmages here and there. They don't like the big massive 5,000 of your men plus 5,000 of their men towards each other, and it's all manly battles. Some people don't like. I like big massive battles. But there are definitely people who rather have, this little battle over here, 5 versus 5 or 10 versus 10, not no 20,000 of my best man versus 20,000 of your best man, and just go at it type of scenario. So, yeah. I mean, it's good to have that feature in there, because this sounds like the type of game that should have had that type of massive look in it before this patch.
And as an RTS, there hasn't really been an MMO RTS. You know, and the other thing is as well is that what I know that they do in Render Nations is that even though you got that third faction, which is the big guys in this, you know, unlike the other two factions, which are player driven, the third one kind of has bigger toys to play with. So basically, whilst you have a tank, his tank's going to be bigger. So basically, they're talking about aircraft carrier sized tanks rolling down a street. You know,
it's kind of like pretty much like, let's say I have a tank and you have a tank, but they have a Death Star.
Yeah. And basically the two player. The other thing as well is also the PvP is very interesting as well. It is territory control. The game is based off the real world. The units in the game is based off real tanks and real stuff as well. But it's kind of futuristic in a sense with it. But the other thing that's quite impressive with me, what I noticed from these guys, is that since everybody know who Petroglyph is and who they were before they were Petroglyph, they were wondering whether, well, is there going to be base building in the game? Because everybody remembers Command & Conquer, base building. That's what everybody loved Command & Conquer for. You build your base, you build your units, you defend it, you go out, you attack. And they were all asking for it, where it is in. They said there is no base building in the sense out in the field, but what you do have is a base, which is your HQ. Which they're saying, as you send your tanks, you send your troops out, your aircraft out, and take on whether it be the other faction in PvP or whether it be the main world government, is that you gain points, cash, anything, you know, basically to build up your HQ. So you build up like a war factory. You build up like radar stations, an airstrip, so you can have air support. You build, you know, and you can also customize your tanks, change the colour on them. You know, you can actually put logos on them. You can have flags in your base.
There's a lot of things that I'm going to be interested in watching out of this game, because it sounds to me they're trying to marry an MMO, an FPS, and Command & Conquer. Yeah. Into one cohesive game. So I'm going to be interested in watching this. I won't play it though. I'll be very honest with you.
The big thing that they did say though, this is quite impressive. It's free to play. Right. Free to play, but there is
play on this.
Free to play, but there is also going to be a sub for it.
Right, but it's first-person shooter. I ain't gonna be involved.
It's not a first-person shooter. It's RTS.
Well, there's gonna be some FPS too, from my understanding.
It might be a little bit. So yeah. So do you think it? You know, if it actually does take off, do you think you would consider it?
No, not me. I mean, I'm sorry, it's just not me. I'm going to be busy anyways. I got 2 MMOs.
Yeah, I got 2, same here. This might be my third, we're considering free to play, be casual thing, but you never know. What about you, Diz?
You know what? I'm not going. I'll say I'll check it out. You know, it got a good concept and whatnot. And there's not, like you said, there's not really that many MMO RTSs. I might just check it out just to see how would this work in this type of universe or whatever. You know, and it's free to play, so I can't really say I'm not going to try this because I could just be bored one day. Like, okay, I'm done killing enough Jedi for today. Huh. Oh yeah, and the nations. It's free. I don't have to pay a single dime for it. Load it up and see how it works out, you know?
The other thing that they said you can do, because it's based on the real world as well, is that, say for example, one of the player factions went in and actually taking control, say for example Britain. They went in, wiped out the control of the government, but it would actually go to the faction who took it. Then basically the faction who, say for example, the other faction want to say, hey, I want Britain, we want Britain. We'll go in and try and actually take it back, or take it for them. But then the government could come in and say, hey, wipe both of you out. Yeah, so that's what they say. It's awesome. It's got me interested because I'm an old Command Conquer player. So yeah. So moving on to the main event, to the showstopper of this explosion tonight. Going to be one hell of a showstopper. The MMO Roundtable. Basically what the Roundtable is, guys, it's what we do. We take, whether it be an aspect to an MMO or an MMO title, and we will discuss it, we will dissect it, we will find the goods, the bads, the ugly, concerns, the positives, on it, and we will, we drive it out there. We get it out on the table, we get them out, and we will go through them. Myself, the Mosh, Nebraska Dave, and Dizzy, all three of us going to go through it. You can also join us in the chat if if you don't agree with what we're saying, or if you agree, you want to expand upon it, you're welcome to join in. And tonight, we're doing a very good one tonight. Last week we did, what did we do last week? Yeah, we did the free-to-play last week. We discussed, the trend on the free-to-play, whether it was good, bad, or ugly. I think we came to a balanced decision on it, where it's worth it. And tonight is one that we missed out on the news. Now, we did this deliberately because something happened. What happened what's happening this weekend, during this week? No more NDA. That's right, guys, no more NDA. And I'm going to give you a guess what we're talking about. Dizzy, do you want to tell them what it is?
I have no idea what we're talking about. I don't even where I am right now, and are you No, we are actually talking about the Star Wars The Old Republic NDA that's been up for the last 3 years about anything going on about this game. It's finally been let down Friday. So pretty much anything that has Star Wars The Old Republic in it, we can talk about. Anything. Anything from fucking, I don't know, fucking Darth Malgus toenail to how many hairs are there on the Wookiee, we can talk about. That's pretty much the moment
I got no hairs on my Wookiee. So, yeah, so that basically, that's what we're doing tonight, guys. Yeah. I can tell somebody else who needs a neuter the Wookiees. Yeah, that's right, guys. Star Wars The Old Republic is going on the table today. Or I'll say tonight, for some of us. So, guys, to start off, NDA up. It's gone. What do you think, guys? NDA, do you reckon it's too late? Do you reckon it's too early? Do you think good thing, bad thing, whatever? What do you think, guys?
Me, personally, I think it's way too late. I feel like they should have dropped the NDA the moment they started testing. That's me personally. And of course, everything's subject to change. They should just say everything's subject to change. That's all they have to do. Even though you're telling about the game, anything that you're saying now is not really 100% different than it was, I don't know, 2-3 months ago. Except for some factors and some of the UI and this and that. But the main game itself hasn't changed since 2-3 months ago. So I feel like it's way too late to drop an NDA. It's a month from release, and the NDA got dropped Friday.
Yeah, what do you think, Dave?
Most games, it's like 2 months before they drop an NDA. So.
No, it isn't. It's a month. Having been in multiple betas, about a month out, or usually the beginning of open beta. Star Wars really isn't having an open beta. They're having a semi-open beta, and of course that's this weekend coming up. So I think it's a little late. I still say it's a little late, but I think it should have been. We know it was. I would say 2 months would have been, or at least 6 weeks. It's 4 weeks. I think they could have released it 2 weeks ago. When they started letting the various game companies, the gaming magazines and gaming reviewers start reviewing stuff on it, that's when it should have happened. It should have just been, well, why do they get a special treatment in this case? They've had a special treatment since day one. let's not do that this time. Let's let everybody who's in it open up and broadcast it and show it off. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I think, when they should have done it is when they started giving out these free the weekends keys. That's when they should have done it, because if you notice, the moment they started doing that, from our end, I would go onto the Justin TV social channel or the gaming section, and what I would see, even though that there was like a certain NDA thing that they could do with it, there's that the Star Wars New Republic was being streamed. So I think they should have done it when they actually gave out those weekend beta codes.
Yeah, I remember a certain individual who happens to be on this broadcast getting really, really upset about certain individual broadcasting it.
I don't know who you're talking about. But see, I'm still pissed off about that. I'm going to continue to be pissed off about that, because I understand that's the way the system works, about you got to talk to this game company, but let alone this and that and this and that. But at the same time, I was mad on Twitch's end. I wasn't mad at the companies getting access to let alone to talk about the game. I was mad at Twitch's end for letting that happen and letting them be biased to their people and whatnot, because they have people who broadcast regardless if they're not the big guys on Twitch and whatnot. They should be even amongst that. I understand you explained it to me before about this and this and this and that, but I'm still gonna be mad to the fact that the matter is Twitch could have stopped the broadcast. Like, nobody can stream Star Wars: The Old Republic because it's not fair to the other casters. Not that the fact that Giant Bomb got the okay from the publisher to stream the game, that's cool with them, but the whole fact of the matter is it's not fair to everybody else. Because if I ran Twitch, if I was the CEO of Twitch.tv, and if I cared about the community and the people in the community and not just about money, I would not let nobody stream Star Wars: The Old Republic. The only reason that Twitch let all these big companies stream that game is because of the money. If they care about their player base and whatnot, they wouldn't let nobody stream that game, because it was not fair to the other casters and the other community members who also wouldn't stream.
And in that perspective, I completely agree with you. It also happened a week ago
with Skyrim.
With Skyrim, same problem. We had somebody on LagSpike who's in England who had it, and it was past midnight his time, and they weren't allowing him to stream it. And that's BS, because he was following all the rules, and he still wasn't allowed to stream it. And that makes absolutely no sense. So in that respect, I agree completely with Dizzy on it. I know why these people got their permissions from BioWare to stream.
Right.
Is very simple. They've got a lot of people.
Yeah, a lot of viewers, a lot of.
I'll tell you this much: LagSpike is just as much of a reviewing group, and we're just as much of gamers as any of those other guys. And I'm sorry, we may be the new guys on the block at the moment, and the other group that we broke away from were also new guys on the block. They should have also had the permission to do it too. I'll be very honest with you. Both of us should have. Now I'm getting a phone call. Love that.
Yeah, I think, to be honest with you, that from a perspective that these people were getting the ability to stream the Old Republic, I think is unfair to other people who can't, because you got to act in the great action of fairness. That you can't do one thing if nobody else can't do it either. You know what I mean? So I think that I think the moment that they give out those those beta codes for the weekend is the moment they should have lifted the NDA. So then basically people who were in for the weekend could have free reign with what they can do. If they wanted to show off. Because even then, they could say, well, you're giving away some secret content that we don't want to, be shown quite yet. But at the same time, you kind of are, because these people are getting these beta codes at mass rates. So they send out a lot of beta codes out for the European players, to get them in. I know we got like 1 or 2 people within LagSpike already in it, for the weekend thing. and I think they should have lived at the moment that, you know, on a weekend thing, that's when they should have done it. But apart from that, what do you think about the beta itself, Diz? Do you think it's smooth? Do you think it's good? Bad? Any concerns?
I feel. Hold on. Is my mic on? Yeah, my mic's on. I feel that the game is exactly what people should expect it to be. It's a MMO with a storyline. And if you expect anything else, then I feel sorry for you. Now, here's the thing. Is it a good game? Yes. Is it a perfect game? It's the game that I wanted to play. It's the game that I waited 3 years for to play. Now, the problem is that people think that this game is totally like a right to. I don't know what people thought this game was going to be like. I truly don't. I don't know what their perspective was of what this game was. Like, I'm not gonna say it's exactly what I want. I want a Star Wars MMO that I can play with my friends. That's based off the Knights of the Old Republic, old school era. And this is exactly what I wanted. This is exactly what I want. Now, people who play World of Warcraft come over here and plays this game and talk about the story elements and don't want to play the story elements and this and this and this and that. Don't play this game. This game is not for you. This game is not meant for Mr. I want to speed level to level 50 and raid all day and all night. This game was not built. It has those elements in it, but it was not built for that nature, for you to speed level and get to max level so you can just do the bosses and feel like this. If you're going to do that, stay in World of Warcraft. Stay in the MMO that you're at that you can do that. Because this game is not built around that. This game is about... The game was built around having the story element into it. Because I've seen people who've been streaming Star Wars The Old Republic, and they've been just skipping through. I feel like if you just go do that, what's the point of you playing this game anyways? If you just go and press spacebar all the way through to the story, because the whole main part of this game is the story in the first place. If you go skip through the story, then you're missing the main part of the games, and you're wasting $15 a month. So you might as well go back to the MMO you had that you don't have to do that for. So the less people who are like that in this game, the better for me. Personally, not for me. I like this game. Your question was, do I think this game is good? Yes, I think this game is good, but it's not going to be the holy grail that everybody thinks it is.
I'm the same way. The other thing as well, I gotta say though, that considering you brought up World of Warcraft, is that if people are expecting PvP in this, don't join quite yet, or even don't even join that a launch for the PvP, because there's not a whole lot of it. I gotta say, they've got war zones. Quite fun, I gotta say, the war zones, even though there's not much of them. But the main aspect of the game, the main cream of the bun, I gotta say, to this game, which I'm impressed by, is what BioWare do best, is story, telling a story. And I gotta say, the actual story, starting out, for me, I will say it, I was a Sith warrior, a marauder, starting out as a marauder, going...
Okay, just don't say nothing about it. You go ahead, just say it, but don't say...
I won't say too much, but I gotta say that the story for the marauder, and the others I played with the trooper, I gotta say, fantastic. And the people who, I can understand maybe if you've seen it once before, you don't want to see it again, you're going to hit the space bar and you're going to skip through it. Maybe once you've already seen it before. But the thing is that don't do that from day one, because you're missing the main part of the game. If anybody remember playing Mass Effect, if anybody ever played Mass Effect, everybody loved that game because the story in that game was fantastic. Now look at Star Wars The Old Republic the same way, because that's what the story is going to be.
Yep. Okay. My opinion, I only was able to play this last beta weekend for 4 hours because I was out of town. but I'm itching to play this again. I didn't think you would engross me this much. I'll be very honest with you. I'm always has been kind of in the naysayer category over with a certain Mr. Venom that has commented about this game. Of course, he hasn't seen it yet. But I'll tell you this much. I played the Imperial Agent. Oh, what a beautiful story. I mean, just the beginning part of it is just, oh my God, this makes a whole lot of sense. This is awesome. It keeps your attention. If you listen to what's being said and understand where you're going with the storyline, it's impressive. They did a hell of a job. I'm going to compare it right now, real quick, to a game that just came out that same weekend. That was the beta weekend that I played, and that's Skyrim. Skyrim cannot hold me. Like, I was engrossed in the Star Wars game. I wanted to know what was next. What the next mission was going to be. What am I going to do now? What am I going to do now? Skyrim bored the piss out of me compared to this. And I'm really sorry that Skyrim did come out the same weekend I played this demo, because it's tainted me. I can't play Skyrim is a game I can't play now. Because I looked at what Skyrim did, because they voiced everything in Skyrim. But there's a difference between voicing everything in Skyrim and actually making sense, which is what it does in Star Wars.
And that's the one thing that people got to expect from BioWare. BioWare are renowned for storytelling, and they got a history for it. Look at, let's go from the beginning. Baldur's Gate. Classic. Neverwinter Nights. I can remember Neverwinter Nights, the very first Neverwinter Nights, including the flashbacks. You know, I love that game even now. And the one thing that they did with Neverwinter Nights, they brought out the ability for the world builder, where you can actually create your own module sets. And then they brought, you know, they kept expanding on that. You can make your own world, you know. And then you got the Old Republic, you know. That's another one, you know. And now we got Star Wars: The Old Republic and MMO, with doing the same thing with the story. Guys, you got to expect that when you play a BioWare game, don't play it for just the game. Play it for the story as well. Because I gotta say, the story in this was out of this world. I never thought I would actually get. I'm on the same boat with Dave. Is that, you know, I'm not a big story guy. I wouldn't. You know, if some of these days I probably won't pay attention to it. But when I do get engrossed, I'm engrossed. I will learn as much as I can about the game and actually listen to it. And that's one thing you got to do with Star Wars: The Old Republic, guys, is actually listen to what's being said, because, like what Dave said, it does make sense when you listen to it. And sometimes you might miss it, what's being said to you, because you didn't pay attention. You know, that's one thing you got to do, is listen to what's being said, and then you'll find out that. And that's the other thing as well, that each class has its own personal story. So as you're going through, there is no story meant for everyone. There's a story for you. What do you think, guys? Dave, Diz, you think personal story?
One thing I like is I mean, most of the game is still open world. You're still running around with all of the with all your characters around there. I mean, when I was in there, there was, Lord knows how many Imperial agents, bounty hunters running around in the area I was in. But when you talk to the NPC, only when you talk to the NPC did everybody else disappear, and it was just for you. And I liked how they did that. I was afraid that it was going to be way too far separated from everybody else. So you couldn't, you know, you were pretty much going to be stuck in your own storyline. In some areas you are, but they marked those out. But as you go forward with your character and into things, you're going to get out into the wilderness and you have to travel an area and you're going to run into mobs. Well, you can help and hurt, you know, as you go along, the people that are also going through those kind of things. But every time that you talk to an NPC, it goes to a first-person type of view. You and whoever's in your group would be pulled into that, and everybody else seemed to would disappear. And then when you were done talking to the NPC, you were back to normal, and everybody was around again. And that it made it so it felt like an MMO. That was one area I was really afraid of back when I have talked previously about this game, but it still feels like an MMO. It's only when you talk to the NPC does it become up close and personal.
And that's one thing that games, I gotta say that I did have my concerns myself. You know, big time concerns that the timeline thing was going to segregate players from others. And as the beta went on, they started bringing in the builds, the patches, and I started seeing it come together. That's one thing with the beta, I saw it come together. And the moment we went up to the NPCs, and I saw, hang on, no, not quite what I thought it was going to be. You know, I thought this was going to be like a permanent thing, where we're going to be segregated like this. But it's not. It's actually based off the NPC. So I thought, hang on, this is a beautiful thing, because how many MMOs do you know have done this? None. Unlike this. What do you think, guys?
I think that any other MMO, I feel like this is the best. This is the benchmark. MMOs. I feel like MMOs in the future are going to have to up their story game compare or equal to Star Wars. That's how I feel. I feel like there's no such thing that when Star Wars comes out, I feel like that no other MMO is going to get away with blank slate MMO type of story anymore. Like just step your quest, and I feel like they have to up their. It doesn't have to be to the 100% level of Star Wars story, but they have to really bring up that level of storiness in their MMO now more than ever. Because back then, because pretty much what games was basing themselves off was World of Warcraft, right? The way that their story is, like you go up and set the quest. Of course, they have some backstory here and there, but you really learn most about the game. You gotta really go outside of the game and read books, comic books, and this and that. But oh my bad. Pretty much is that you have to pretty much make sure your story makes sense now if you're gonna make an MMO past the point when Star Wars comes out, because it's that immersion. If you play Star Wars: The Old Republic, you feel immersed to the universe. You feel like you're a part of the universe since you're playing the story. You feel like you mean something. You don't feel like just that, oh, Joe Schmo number 267, we need you to be a hill by far raid type of person. You feel like you actually have a place in the universe because of the story. The story addresses you as that guy who helps me right here, right now. That and makes you feel immersed into it. That's the whole reason why people play single-player games. Nobody wants to play a single-player game and be soldier number 255 and then just end up being with the group of guys that happened to win the war at the end of the game. No, you want to be that guy who shot Hitler and...
In Star Wars, it's the rats are gnawing at our power converters. Will you please go kill them and get them out of there so they stop doing that? It's not the fact of I'm still hunting 10 giant rats, but it's you're hunting 10 giant rats because they're cutting our power cords. There's reasons behind every mission as you do them, even though they may seem to be, you know, in the background. They may be inane missions that are very similar to every other MMO, but everything has a reason. And, you know, that really makes you feel immersed.
Yep. And that's what, you know, I think, you know, the other MMO that me and Dave are looking at is the Secret World, which I think is also going to do it. That's a different, that's a different one as well. But for the Old Republic, go on.
Well, I was just going to say the Secret World. When we were talking Secret World, we wanted to do Secret World. Me and Welshie, that was one of the things that drew us towards this. The fact that now Star Wars has that and kind of snuck up on us on that, I think is I don't know about Mashi exactly, but for me, it makes me want to play them both.
Yeah, same here, because the one thing that gets me, this is what I gotta say for, you know, the one thing with single player games is that if a single player game for me has a story, and it doesn't end. You know, like for example with Skyrim right now, for me, it doesn't end. So basically, that's got me immersed, that's got me hooked. But on the other hand, the Old Republic, it's something else entirely, because that game is not going to end. You've got other people to join you in on your experience, and the thing is, the story, the experience doesn't end even when you get to end game, because when they bring out patches, expansions, you know, that the story is going to be tailored towards you as well again. So they can expand, evolve you, you know, upon it, and that's a good thing with what BioWare are doing. And I'm surprised with what they've done with the Old Republic, because I had my concerns, and now they've been put to bed, as far as I'm concerned. Even if the PvP doesn't quite come up to scratch, I don't care, because the story is something entirely impressive to me. Don't know, what do you think, guys?
Dizzy, let me ask you this. By what you've played in the beta, you two guys have played more than I have, because like I said, I only had 4 hours, but I'm going to be playing heavily this weekend. Does this, by playing what you have so far, does it make you want to play all 8 classes?
Yes. Story-wise. Mechanic-wise, no.
That's the one thing that lets it down, is that they do need to do something with the mechanics, with the combat a little bit, you know, make it feel a bit more slick, a bit more stream, you know, a bit more. It feels a little bit chunky a little bit at times. I don't know if you found that, Diz?
What, the combat?
Yeah, feel a bit chunky a little bit, you know. Doesn't kind of feel free flowing a bit. It doesn't feel like it lags. I wouldn't say lag up, but kind of get hooked back a little bit, like as if like when you swung your sword, your lightsaber, it feels like as if you'd done it like 3 minutes ago.
It's because it's the whole animation thing, and that's also something else that's a downfall for that, is that I feel like people is going to get used to that, but at first, if you come from most MMOs is a global cooldown, is that you just pretty much queue up, you press your skills. This one is pretty much you have to wait for the full animation of the skill that you're doing to get done before you're able to do the next skill. Now that it's not the fact that it feels chunky. It's just it's not something that we're used to playing this type of game, and it's not. I say that BioWare should have let us test this out before they decide that this is the way that they will make it. Like, screw it, this is exactly how we're going to make the attacks and the combat in this game, is that the whole animation has to play out before you go into the next move. So that's why I feel like you should have let us test this before you made an executive decision for this to be the main combat in this game. That's the only thing I have against that. And I feel like if people really will get used, if Star Wars is the game that you're going to be playing, people will get used to the combat regardless of how it works and whatnot. But if you're coming from WoW, or coming from Rift, or coming from any other MMO that pretty much has the, pretty much same combat system and whatnot, then of course it's going to feel chunky, it's going to feel weird. Because most games, you don't need to play out the whole animation before you're doing something else. Because I know World of Warcraft, I could go charge, cleave, and heroic leap on somebody almost all at the same time, and it just all plans out and doesn't have to do the full animation of the thing before it makes damage into it. So I want to say it feels weird, but it just, people just really have to get used to that whole type of system.
Yeah, I think kind of is a good thing what they got in there, in a sense, because it kind of stops that. In World of Warcraft, for example, you can cast a spell by having your turn back turn. You know what I mean? If you do it crafty. But in this, you kind of got to let the thing flow through before you can move on to the next thing. But I think they might want to just clean that out. For me, just clean it up a little bit. Maybe code it a bit more so that it feels a bit more stream. But saying that, the story, it's one of a kind. I think it is the benchmark. And I gotta say, anybody gonna hate me now when I say this, World of Warcraft story is good, I gotta say. But Star Wars, on the other hand, is better. Not just better, it's superior. You know, in simple fact, movies, books. You know, what does World of Warcraft have? Movies? No. It got one in the making, but it doesn't have movies that are blockbusters that everybody remembers, and it's probably most people's, I would say, around the world, movie that everybody remembers and probably is one of their favourites up there, you know, amongst their top movies of all time. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Oh, I agree. The amount of backstory and amount of, or forward story, depending on which way you want to look at it, and amount of material out there for Star Wars. There's only one other franchise. There's only two other franchises that even come close to it, and that's, of course, Star Trek and Doctor Who. So you've got just so, especially the books, just so many books and comic books, and they've come out with at least 2 graphic novels that actually are the prequel to the game that are out there. I picked them up, and it actually, reading those 2, actually I could relate to seeing, okay, well, all right, that's what they're talking about in the game. That's actually what happened. This is what they're talking about. That adds to it to me. I mean, it really does. Matter of fact, I stopped by the comic book shop that I frequent and asked them, are they coming out with any of the Star Wars figures for the specifically for the Old Republic? Because it's just, I want one. I don't know why, but I want one. I want one of my Sith warrior that I'm going to make, my female Sith warrior. I want a figure of. And that's my mentality already, and I played the game 4 hours.
And I think that's it, you know.
And you know, Lucas is the master of marketing, so you know stuff's going to come out. But it's just like, wow, it's a game I did not expect to have this effect on me. I really didn't. I'm hoping, and everything I've seen in Secret World, it's going to do the same thing for me. But this game coming out 4 months earlier is going. I'm definitely going to be playing this game. I mean, there's no way around it. Last night, or not last night, Saturday night, I turned on while we were watching football games, I turned on my computer, and we were watching one of the broadcasters broadcast on Twitch the game. And by the time the football games were about at half, it was more paying attention to the Star Wars than they were the football games. And they were looking at it and going like, wow, the game is like that? That's cool. So I got at least 2 more people that are going to be playing this now because of this.
And that's the thing, see, because, you know, the last time that a game, to me, got me going, wow, this is fantastic, you know, the way it encompasses you. The last game that did that to me, apart from WoW, from the beginning, before it kind of dried off, to me was Dark Age of Camelot. But, you know, then World of Warcraft came around and did it again. But now, the Old Republic's gone and done it. That's purely because the story, the way it goes about it brings you into it. You know, the story, when you start off, you got, you know, I won't say too much without giving it away. The way you go around from NPC to NPC, it's not like on World of Warcraft, click this NPC, right? Some of them got voiceovers now, but, you know, click this NPC, read this wall of text, then look at your mini map to see where it is. You know, or like in the olden days, you had to get add-ons for that. But now it's like, listen to what he's saying. You can read it if you want, but now you can listen to it as well. And I think that's the trend of MMOs as well today, that they're going to go in, is that the old way of reading a wall of text is going to go, where now things are going to be more voiced over, more things are going to be encompassing because of the voiceovers. What do you think, guys? What do you think, Dave?
Oh, my bad. I was thinking about the way that Star Wars is gonna be the best game ever. Pretty much, it's per se. It's kind of hard. I feel that people, the way the game is set up is that the way I feel like people are going to stay addicted to it. People are going to pretty much stay to Star Wars: The Old Republic, pretty much, regardless. If this is, I feel like people are going to stay only because of the aspect is if you stay for a certain while for Star Wars: The Old Republic, you're staying here for a reason. You're going to pretty much stay here, and if you're here and you stay here for a certain amount of time, you're going to stay. There's no reason for you to leave. That's my opinion on that. There's reason to leave in other MMOs like Warcraft and Rift and whatnot, because you run out of content, you run out of things to do. But the story element, if they keep on pumping the story, you want your character's story to progress. Pretty much, you want your story to never end for your person. Keep on going and this and that and this and that, and keep that. That's the hamster wheel that I feel like they need to push on this game. It's the hamster wheel, which is the story to keep you immersed and keep going.
Yeah, keep pumping it out. What do you think, Dave? Do you reckon you agree with us? Yeah.
Well, the one thing about me is, especially World of Warcraft or any of the other MMOs, I tend to turn the sound down. Man, I was looking for my volume to kick the thing up louder. You know, when I was playing, it was like, it made a difference to me. And I didn't think it would make a difference, but see, that's because I've lived for 7 years in MMO, or more than that, actually 10 years in MMO land, where the sound really didn't matter. And because I wasn't a I'm not a PvP person and stuff, so, you know, the few games that actually sound mattered were actually in the PvP where it mattered. Yeah, I wouldn't care. You know, I played with the sound down. I usually have music on or something like that. I had to shut everything off to play the game because it was like, I've got to listen to this. I've got to listen to this. So the sound, to me, made a huge difference. I didn't expect it would, but it did. That's where, again, I am very pleasantly surprised at the 4 hours I played and what I've watched over the, because I've been watching religiously the three main broadcasters that have been broadcasting it this weekend, and I'm hooked. I mean, I really am.
Yeah, same here. And the way that they bring you in during the story, it's not like generic story, you know. It's not like, hey, go, even though they could do like a voiceover, go kill 6 spores, you know, a voiceover over that. It's the quests themselves, how they do it, you know, and BioWare are renowned for it. And I gotta say that, you know, this game, if they can keep the way they do in the story now, and keep on progressing past endgame, and keep coming in with expansions, patches, big time updates, to keep it driving, keep the story going for you, and when you go out there into the world, you know, but out into the universe, just saying that, you know, that if they can do that, big time, big hit, because I think that game, I won't say it won't kill WoW, but I would say it could be the biggest rival that WoW will see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true.
I agree. And I will say this. If you're a fan of the Star Wars, and this isn't a spoiler, but the first things you see on the screen is a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. And they lifted it from the movies. And it is the exact same graphics from the movies. And when you see that, and you're going like,
holy,
I'm home again.
Oh yes, I remember. It's nostalgia. You got that nostalgia thing going. And the moment you see that, you know, it's like, ooh, right now I'm interested. Right, I want more.
You know what the funny thing is? For a while, I don't know. I guess it was a little over a year ago. People thought that wasn't going to be in the game. The rolling yellow text wasn't going to be in the game at all on the forums. I don't know why. I don't know. It's something that hit the people on the forums head that says that's not going to be in the. And then it's like, oh yeah, of course they're going to have the famous long time ago in the galaxy far, far away in the rolling yellow text. And then they came out to say that each specific class is going to have their own yellow rolling text. And everybody was like, oh. It's like, really? Really, guys? Really? And that's why I don't go on the Star Wars The Old Republic forums anymore. That for once.
I actually saw somebody in one of the other broadcaster channels actually saying, what's this scroll thing? Why are they doing it at an angle like that? I'm going like, are you a troll or are you that stupid?
You silly. You didn't even watch Star Wars. It's like, see, do you even know what Star Wars is? Like, yeah, you know, this game...
The main question that this leads into, then, of course, is, so when, Mashi, are you going to be broadcasting it?
When I get my... Well, for me, I can broadcast it. I could, but I don't think I could broadcast and play at the same time with this computer.
Funny thing is, Dave, if you've been paying attention, I've been broadcasting Star Wars The Old Republic for the last 2 days straight. You can ask Marsh that. So
yeah, yeah.
You need to be doing that on LagSpike, dude.
I've been doing that on LagSpike. You know LagSpike.tv, then my stream is on LagSpike.tv. So all you have to do is just switch to the Gamers In stream. I've been streaming the Jedi Knight gameplay. I'm on level 12 now. I've been streaming the whole class through, from beginning to where I'm at now. I've been streaming the whole thing.
Yeah, the thing I've done...
That was kind of a hint there, by the way. I was trying to get people so
Yeah.
they know to go
Yeah.
to LagSpike.tv and see you're streaming it.
Right.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Guys, you know, if anybody in the channel right now, you know, you want to see Star Wars The Republic, Dizzy is always casting it now. And I imagine even beyond release he's going to be casting it. You know, I tell you what's going to happen is that even Dizzy, I would, you know, yeah, I know Blacklisted big time in this at the moment. You know, I've actually got to make myself, even though I said to myself earlier, I'm putting a temporary button on myself not to play this so I don't spoil it for release. Right? I kind of broke that because what I did, I made a character. You know, I made a Republic character, the Jedi Knight, but I went over again, back over to the Empire, and I found out that Blacklisted, even though they did set up already, but I found out right. A lot of them are in it. So I went and made a character, joined, and I gotta say, it's hard to not get playing again.
Wait, did they make a guild and everything already?
It's in there. The problem was that there wasn't enough in there because not enough people had invites. But now there's a lot of people in it with invites. And that's the other thing, guys. That's the other thing. That's a promo to throw out there as well for you guys. That if you have beta codes and you're in beta right now and you have no guild or anything like that, Blacklisted are taking on, guys. We are recruiting. So if you fancy it, join. You know, for me, the Old Republic is going to hit every chord. Maybe not in the PvP sense, but story has got it nailed down. It actually wipes the floor with World of Warcraft as far as I'm concerned. And the World of Warcraft boys are not going to be like me for saying that, but it does. You agree, guys?
Yes, I agree. Even though I love Thrall, I'm gonna always love Thrall. It doesn't matter. Any situation. If the world blows up, I'm still love Thrall. Thrall is my guy for life. But I wish Thrall was in Star Wars. That's how much I wish. I wish Thrall was a Sith. If Thrall was the Sith, I would be the most happiest man alive.
Yeah, for me as well in World of Warcraft, you know, that Thrall was my favourite guy as well. Because he always reminded me of this orc that, you know, I can always imagine him being like the, you know, the orc that would be the cool guy within the rock band, you know. Even the guy that give out emotional speeches for everyone, you know. Right. But
I was trying to save the world.
Yeah.
Save the world.
But anyway, you know, I gotta say that the one thing in the beta right now is that they gotta solve the lag. sort out the get the service table, which is the purpose of this stress testing of the betas at the beta right now. So they should have this nailed down for release. But so let's get to it, guys. Let's get a verdict. So, Dizzy, is it good? Is it? Would you say buy it? Would you say depends, or would you say not worth it?
Here's the thing. I can't say good. I can't say great. I can't say bad. I can say that if you like story, if you like MMOs, if you like Star Wars, it's a 100% definite yes. If you like Knights of the Old Republic, if you like Knights of the Old Republic 2, this is definitely a yes for this. If you like the brush to max level, don't like story, but like MMOs, this is not the game for you, so that's a no for you. You like World of Warcraft, like Star Wars, this is the game for you. So those are my feelings towards it. Yes for me personally.
Dave? From the 4 hours you played? You there, Dave? Anyway, yeah. We get back to Dave, hopefully. For me, from what I've experienced, I was in there from the quite early, I would say. I would say early, but it was quite early on this year that I would say I had my concerns. I'll admit that I had my big concerns. One of them was the timeline thing. I thought it was going to segregate the players from each other, but as the beta went on, I saw it come together, and I gotta say, my verdict is buy it. Even if even when Dizzy says, if you're not a story person, but still get it. And see, you never know. You might find that you might not be a story person, but playing this, you might slowly become one. It might actually grip you into without you realizing it. So for me, I would say buy it, get it, as soon as you can. That's my verdict.
And my verdict, we'll go with or in Hut speak, that is buy this game, damn it. It's going to be worth it.
Okay.
Jabba. Shut up, Inks.
And my best friend one of my friends, I should say, can do Jar Jar beautifully.
Mr. Jar Jar Binks.
Shut up, Inks.
Oh, play this game! I've done that a while.
Yeah, that was good. I gotta say that was good. So, yep. So there we go. That wraps it up, guys. That's our round table, the Old Republic. Yeah, guys. I'll say it again. Blacklisted in it. What are you doing, Diz? Are you got your own thing going, or are you? What's going on?
I have a guild going on. It's called the Chosen Sithatari. If you don't know what the Sithatari is, pretty much if you read the Darth Bane books, it's pretty much Darth Bane is the Chosen Sithatari, which is based 1,000 years before the movies. And the Chosen Sithatari is we are the chosen ones to serve the Lord of the Sithatari before he's even in power. And pretty much it's just a guild. It's not an RP guild. It makes it sound like an RP guild. That's just where I got the name from, pretty much. Behind the name. But it's pretty much, it's just a guild because it's just a guild of us players and whatnot. And we are allied with the Blacklisted Gaming. So if you're from Blacklisted Gaming guild, you can always play with my people. My people always play with them on the side, this and that, And if you want to join them, you can join them. If you want to join me, you want to join me. We all go be in the same center round group because my people will play with Blacklisted people, and my people in Blacklisted will play with my people. So it's not like, oh no, choose them and don't choose me. So yeah.
Unlike some other people, but hey, it's yeah. So there you go, guys. That wraps it up. The Old Republic. You heard it from us. Buy it. So that's probably you can get it. So moving on, this is the part. This is I always say the boring part, but this is the part that gets me all bundled up in words. And for all the weekly schedules, guys, you know, streams, casters, you can go straight to www.lagspike.tv for all. We actually got a news section on it as well now. That's a new feature, which you can go and see different, you know, the things that we've been talking about tonight. Yeah, you probably won't find the stuff, some of it tonight on it, but you can find some other stuff, like for example from Arcade, which leads me on to the actual schedule itself. Tonight you had your Explosion, which starts at 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Tomorrow, Tuesday, which is 8 o'clock, you have Nerd Junkies Game News live from 8 o'clock. On Thursday, we have Arcade from 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. On Friday, you have the Player's Turn, which is with Kim Pine, a RPG show for you guys. On Saturday, we have It's Clobbering Time with New Legacy, is a wrestling show. And then 9 o'clock, I'm not sure if it's happening yet, guys, but Major Malfunction is a tech show, which brings you news and so forth. Then we do a full circle, come back to the Monday, 7 o'clock, once again, Eastern Standard Time, same place, and that's how you go. We have a Twitter, which is www.twitter.com/LagSpike_TV. We got a Facebook. If you do www.facebook.com/LagSpikeTV, that's a group. Dave, do you want to give the Blacklisted Twitter and website?
Yep, Blacklisted Gaming is at blacklistedgaming.org, and our Twitter is blacklistedtwit.
Yep, and the other thing we also have is, you know, we're all, like I said, we're recruiting on Blacklisted. Is that we got a LagSpike TV section in there as well, so you can always watch us from there. We're on YouTube. LagSpike TV is on YouTube. You can find all the shows on there. You can also go through the actual Twitch TV or Justin TV's video archive. If you click the once you followed us, you should go into your accounts page. You should be able to see recent shows on there from us, so you can always go back and watch this over and over again. Anything else? Have I missed anything?
No, you're good.
I'm good. So there you are, guys. That's the show. That's your MMO crack for the night. So what do you think, guys?
It was a success, 100%. Let's go.
We go through it. We go through it. So thank you all for watching, guys and gals. Tune in next week, same time, same place, for a different round table, and peace out. Say goodbye, Dave and Diz.
Hey, before we go, did I catch you?
Was it?
Before we go,
Well, you haven't ended it.
Don't forget, New Legacy Inc. is doing their unveiling of the new WWE 12 coming up here at midnight.
That is right, guys. That's one thing I forgot, is that tonight is the launch of the W12 and New Legacy Inc. So everybody in this channel right now watching us at midnight tonight, head over to the New Legacy Inc. channel and you will see WWE12 live from there, and you'll probably hear Johnny cracking out some jokes, cracking ones, I gotta say. And there you go. Anything else, guys, before we go?
That was it.
And there you go, guys. That's it. So see you all again next week. Peace out. Say bye, guys.
Goodbye.
And may the force be with you.
Oh, 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 oh.